Hello. This is very literally impromptu. So I just so happen to have the day off and I need to get some reading done. So we're here. I'll give it some time for people to pop in. Happy Friday. Happy Good Friday for those of you who acknowledge and celebrate that. This is the first time that I've ever had off for Good Friday. To be honest, I didn't even know that it was Good Friday, like that today was going to be Good Friday until a couple of days ago when they told us we had off. I'm used to working for the government and the government doesn't acknowledge religious holidays except for like Christmas. but they typically don't acknowledge religious holidays, but now that I've switched over to like a private company, I guess they do acknowledge Good Friday. I don't know. I had the day off, so I'm not complaining. Hey Dion. Hi Skylar. Hey Brittany, how's your reading going for the Aurelium the magical readathon? Let me know what you're reading or if you've even started because I honestly haven't started all my classes yet. That'll maybe be on tomorrow's list of things to do. Journaling right now, but I'll be reading Gleanings. Okay. What is that about? What genre is that? I've never heard of that. I remember you said that you were reading that yesterday. but what genre is that? What is that about? Give us like a little quick synopsis, little rundown of what it is. I'm going to be finishing up what I was supposed to have read in March, which is Hood Feminism. This book is a little bit advanced for me. I'm not going to lie. There are definitely some things in here that are like kind of going over my head, but that's okay because I do still feel like I'm learning a lot. I've definitely been annotating this a lot. Obviously there are no tabs here, but I usually annotate digitally, and then if I have enough annotations, then I'll convert the annotations and do them physically. So this book will eventually be physically annotated, but I usually don't waste my time annotating like every single book because some books might not be not good enough, but they just might not like strike me the same way where I want to annotate throughout the whole thing. And so if I only have like 3 annotations or, five annotations, it's like, I could have just saved my time and not done that. But if it's a book that like I'm really invested in and I feel like I want to remember certain things, like I'm learning things, then I will make sure that I physically annotate it. Have not read any books for Magical Readathon yet. Yeah, me either. Reading The Simple Wild right now. I think I just saw that yesterday at the bookstore. I'm about to have dinner, but I'm playing a cozy game and looking for a new audiobook. Do you have like a specific book or genre or author in mind? And also, where are you looking for audiobooks? Like, are you on like Audible or like for me, I don't have an Audible subscription because I'm just cheap like that. I usually try to get my audiobooks through the library, but if you have Audible, I hear that the selection is great. Dystopian. Okay, it's part of an arc of the. I don't know how to say that word. Scythe? Is that how you say that? Not gonna lie, don't feel like explaining the series. No, it's fine. It's a dystopian. The only dystopian book that I've read, I think, is Shatter Me. Yeah, I think that's the only one that I've read. And I've only read the first book. Loved it, but just there are so many other books that I just haven't gotten around to reading the rest of the series, but I do definitely plan on going back and reading the series because I really enjoyed the first book. I hope you liked that book. It was a great read for me. Okay, awesome. I'm very close to finish, really enjoying it. Wonderful. Yeah, okay, good. I said it right. Okay, so let's jump into a sprint. Let me pull up a timer. We'll start off with a 45-minute timer and see how much reading we can get done. Or even if you're not reading, if you're cleaning the house, a lot of times I'll like clean the bathroom and stuff on people's sprints or run the dishwasher and stuff like that. So whatever you're doing, as long as you're being productive, that's all that matters. Let's see. Share screen. There we go. And happy reading. And we are back. Let's see where I left off in the chat. How did your reading go while I'm looking for my place? Just hopped on reading the Atlas Paradox. Nice. That's the sequel to the Atlas 6, right? I haven't read the Atlas 6, but I do want to. It is on my list of books to read on my never-ending TBR. Hey, now and everyone in the chat. Nice surprise. I'm reading When We Were... Why do I feel like I'm blind? Like I can't see. When We Were Birds on my break. Oh, what's that? I've never heard of that, Mayama. Also, hi, Mayama. What is When We Were Birds? I've never heard of that. Hey, Princess. Hey, Jen. Hey, Audrey. Just joined, still reading A Kingdom of Copper and working on my business stuff. Yes, I saw that you were doing some bookkeeping stuff last night. How is all of that going? Kenny says, hello, happy Good Friday. Yes, that is why I'm off, which was very strange to me, but I am not going to complain about a day off. So, like I said, for those of you who celebrate and acknowledge, happy Good Friday. Hey, Paco. Actually, I'm on day 2 of my cycle. Didn't get much sleep last night. I'm going to take a page out of Jen's book and take a nap. Yep, that's perfectly acceptable. Napping is definitely the way to go. Hey, Paco. Hey, Princess. I know I'm late. No worries. You don't have to be here at any set time. I'll be here for a little while. Like I said, I have the day off, so I don't really have anything else better to do. I mean, I do have things that I could be doing. I definitely need to clean my room. But we're not going to talk about that. And we're just going to read books, Just going to read books and pretend like my room is already clean. I got through 33 pages, which is kind of a record for me. But I think this book is this is a smaller book, like size-wise. So, like, just comparing, I don't know if you could tell, but like this book is both shorter and it's also not as thick as like an average size book. So 33, it's a relative number. But yeah, it's very interesting. It's hood feminism. I don't know. I think I said that earlier, but for those of you who weren't here, I'm reading Hood Feminism as one of my March books. I realize it is April 7th, but we're not going to talk about it. But yeah, this book it's very interesting. It talks about, the title is kind of self-explanatory, but it basically talks about the whole concept of feminism, but from the perspective of women of color. There's a lot of emphasis on like the Black community and like Black women, but it is inclusive of women of color, also women in different like minority groups. So also like it includes trans women, the whole like LGBTQ community. So it's a very interesting book, and I'm definitely learning a lot. I definitely think this is a book that I will have to reread because there's probably stuff in here that has gone over my head or like didn't quite stick and I didn't really know what they were talking about. But I still, like, if you were interested in like feminism, or it also does a deep dive into the, what is the word, intersectionality of combating the patriarchy and stuff like that, and how you can't just look at it from the perspective of being a woman or being a female or however you identify, but race also plays a huge part in it, and also socioeconomic status plays a huge part in it, and socioeconomic status also plays a huge part in race, and how it's all very like interconnected. So it's very good. I definitely recommend if that's something that you would have an interest in. I've read like 4 lines, but I did the washing. Yep. Acceptable. Love it. Love productivity. Hi, Dion. But 15 pages. Okay, yeah, it is the sequel. Nice. Say hello. Joined with 20 minutes left and read a couple of pages. Got some stuff done. And yes, the bookkeeping stuff is going well. Nice. You said you guess. Launching my services tomorrow. Awesome. I'm a bit stressed out, but excited. Yeah. I mean, as long as it's good stress, it's all good, Oh, I read that last year, I think in audiobook format. Yeah, that I'm doing both. I'm listening to it. So that's why I had my phone in my hand, because I'm listening to it on my phone and also reading it at the same time. It's very interesting. Very interesting. 67 pages into full immersion. Okay, I never heard of that. What is that about, Kenny? And this book is going to be heavy. Interesting. Heavy in what way? Like, what topics is it discussing that you feel like it would be heavy? I'm curious. And while we wait for that response, I'm going to try to pull up the next timer. We'll do another 45. If I can pull up another timer. Let's see. Do you guys have any plans for the weekend? Anybody that I guess does celebrate Easter? Do you guys have any Easter plans? I know that like having like your Sunday, your Easter dress or whatever is usually like a big thing. Do you guys have like your Easter outfit planned for Sunday? I do not. But I'm just curious if anybody else does. Let me know. Where's my I have a whole playlist of timers, so let's find one. Let's do this one. This one's cute. All right. Oops. Alicia said, just having dinner with my family on Sunday. Okay. Nice. I don't have any plans for Sunday, so I will be living vicariously through all of you and whatever you guys are doing on Sunday. I will be right here in the house, most likely, hopefully editing. I don't really have a video to edit. I need to film my wrap up, but in order for me to film my wrap up, I need to finish this book. So we're going to try to finish it today, film the wrap up tomorrow, edit it on Sunday. That's the plan. Still need to buy a few more things for my kids and find my plastic eggs so I can hide them. Oh my gosh, I haven't done an Easter egg hunt in so long. I would love to do that. I miss doing that. Late back, my son wanted to play outside. Oh, nice. So here we are. Got 40 pages read. Amazing. Amazing. No, I'm working my usual 2-night shift at the hotel. And on Sunday, my son likes to hunt for eggs in the house. So I'll get that stuff ready in time before I leave for my night shift. That's it. Yeah. Can someone come to my house and hide some Easter eggs so I can participate in the Easter egg hunt? I really want to do that. I remember I did it for my sorority. This was obviously years ago, but I don't remember why I did this. Because like usually sororities are not like religious based, but they were into it. But I did like an Easter egg hunt, and we did it in so each building was like a school of business or school of art or whatever. We were in the school of business, so it had like all the different like computer labs and the library and all the stuff or whatever. So I hid a bunch of like Easter eggs, and some of them had like golden tickets, and they were like, I don't even think AMC does this anymore, but the AMC movie theater used to give out, I don't remember why they did this, but they gave me like 10 free passes to go see movies, and I'm not big on like going to the movies. That's just never been like my thing. So I don't know why I had these 10 free passes, but I put them, like rolled them up and put them in the Easter eggs. So some of the Easter eggs were completely empty. Some of them had candy in it, and then some of them had the movie passes in it. So obviously everybody wanted to get the ones that had the movie passes in it. Paco said no plans that he knows of. Me either. Plan on reading. Yep. Be successful in your business. Yep. From the foreword, it has a lot to say about the worth of a woman when it comes to mental health, how women, when they go through anything, everyone sees them as needing to be fixed. Okay. Interesting. Let me know what you think about that. Like, once you're finished with it, let me know like what you rate it, what your thoughts are, because I might have to add that to my list. We need to invent like an adult Easter egg hunt where all the eggs have money in them or something. Honestly, yeah. Especially the topic of motherhood. Okay. Oh, we're not religious, but we do celebrate the commercial holidays. Yeah, I understand. We need an egg hunt that leads to books. Oh, that would be awesome. Could you imagine? Imagine if there's like an Easter egg hunt and each egg has like a $25 gift card to Barnes & Noble. That would be so awesome. Or like not even just Barnes & Noble, like any bookstore. Any bookstore that's some kind of like voucher, promo code, discount code, whatever. That would be amazing. When I was in college, we did a Easter egg hunt with Jello shots inside. Oh man, why didn't I think of that? That would have been fire to do back then. That would have been amazing. I'm kind of jealous that I didn't think of that. Kind of upset now. All right, let's jump into another sprint. We want to try to get as much reading done as we can because I know yesterday we didn't do as much reading as we would have liked to. So we're going to try to get some more reading done today. Like I said, I have the whole day to do absolutely nothing. So let's see. Share the screen. And happy reading. Hello, hello, hello. We are back. How did you guys do? I did not get much reading. I think I read like 4 pages and then I went and made and ate lunch. And I started watching the new episode of Love is Blind because I'm obsessed with that show. So I'm like maybe 20 minutes into episode 9, I think. If you watch Love is Blind, please let me know. But yeah, I watched that, made and ate lunch, read 4 pages, but I really am like very close to being done. Like this is all I have left. I definitely think that like by the time sprint is over, I can finish this. I'm not concerned. Oh yeah, look at my bookmark. Isn't this so cute? There's like 3 of them. This is just one of them. But I figured, I'd pick this one because we're reading about like hood feminism and like black women walking together, whatever. It's the vibes. But yeah, I'm almost finished this, very close. I think I'm probably going to try to do like at least 2 more, maybe 30-minute sprints. And then depending on how everybody's feeling, we'll decide if we'll keep going or if we'll, just call it. But we'll try to get in 2 more 30-minute sprints. Let's see, where did we leave off? I know Jen said that she felt called out. So I wasn't talking about Jen's sprints from yesterday. Before Jen started sprinting, me, Courtney, Adrian, and Heather were sprinting on Courtney's channel. And I don't know how long we were there. I think they started at 5. I got there around like 5:30. And we were probably on till about 8-ish, maybe a little bit after 8, something like, or maybe a little bit before 8. Maybe it was like 7:45. I don't know, whatever. But I think maybe did one 30-minute or one 45-minute sprint, and then we just talked the rest of the time. And I know Asma's not here, I don't think, but yesterday Asma was like, when are we gonna sprint? Like people were like wanted to sprint, we were just running our mouths. And then I went over to Jen's sprints and they kind of did the same thing. It was Jen, Bonnie, Alicia, and Jamie. And I had a ball over there talking about like nostalgic like 90s TV shows and toys we played when we were kids and stuff. So no, I was not talking about Jen. I was talking about the sprint that I was actually on. But I mean, it applies to all of us. We were just having a good time running our mouths. So trying to use this sprint to be a little more productive and get some actual reading done. Yeah, Bonnie and Jamie and Alicia. Yeah, Alicia. When We Are Birds is by Ayanna Lloyd Banwo. Is that how you say that? Is a love story set in Trinidad. Interesting. Okay. Hope that was a very good read. Yes, it is very interesting, very eye-opening. There are things that are being said in this book that really is kind of like putting things in perspective, like even for me, as both a female, a woman, and also like a black person. Like it is very interesting kind of putting all these pieces together and like getting this different perspective that is not often like, at the forefront. It's kind of nice having that, other perspective, or that, not devil's advocate, but like she's basically saying the quiet part out loud, if you've ever heard that expression. So there's a lot of stuff that I know for me personally, I can only speak for myself. There are things that she says that like I have never considered, never thought about. And I'm like, oh, like that's kind of a good point. Or like, oh, yeah. Why did I never think of that? So I'm enjoying it. Brittany finished her book. Excellent. Are you going to read something else, or are you done reading for the day? You're like, I finished my book. I'm done. I met my quota. I'm just going to go live life for the rest of the day. Or are you going to pick up something else and start reading something else? Kenny said, I scared the nuts out of her. Sorry. Honestly, though, that happens to me all the time. Usually when I'm on, I don't know why, but usually it's when I'm on Jen's sprints and Princesses. I think it's those two. For some reason, like when the timer alarm thing goes off, it always scares me. Like on Princesses sprints on Sundays, and Sundays is when I edit. So I'm usually editing while people are sprinting. And so when the alarm goes off, I'm like, what is that noise? And like I think that it's a noise in my video that I'm editing. And I'm like, who made the alarm go off while I was filming? And then I'm like, oh wait, there's a sprint playing in the background. So don't feel bad, Kenny. Happens to the best of us. Audrey got 20 pages of Kingdom of Copper. Nice. Now I need to make myself a new cup of coffee. Okay. And get to edit my wrap up. Yes, I need to film my wrap up. Took a shower, started watching vlogs. Excellent. I also need to catch up on vlogs and just booktube content. Like I forget how many videos I have in my watch later. It's probably like 200 videos in my watch later that I need to catch up on. Alicia read 3.5 chapters. Okay, nice. Katie says she's on a page 117, a full immersion, and made pets some food. Good. What did you make for them? Read another 15 pages, but also brought my kids outside. Nice. I'm not sure what the weather's like. I have not been outside all day, so I don't know. I know yesterday it was nice, but I think it rained probably around 7 o'clock here. So I don't know if it's like cold now, like if it's cooled off or if it's still hot, but it was like 80, it was like over 80 degrees yesterday. So yesterday was very nice. Don't know what it's like today. Haven't been outside. Haven't even looked outside. Yesterday was a chat day, not a sprint day. Yeah. I will be picking up another book. I'm going to start Other People's Clothes. Okay. What is that about? Or what genre is that? Going back to the chat day, I like enjoyed all the chatting. Like, don't get me wrong, I like to sprint and I go on sprints because I do like need to get stuff done. So it's nice to have like a set time to like, let's see how much cleaning I can get done. I'll see how much reading I can get done in this set amount of time and then like talk about it or whatever afterwards. But with everything going on right now and like the fact that like this past weekend was just a lot and I didn't really get to like I missed, well, I didn't miss Princess's sprints because she didn't sprint on Sunday, but even if she had sprinted, I wouldn't have been able to be there because of all the stuff that was going on that weekend. And then I missed Courtney's sprints on Tuesdays because now I work on Tuesdays during the time that she sprints, so I can like try to pop in, for a minute or two here and there, but I wasn't able to get away from my desk at all on Tuesday, so I missed that. So it was nice to be able to like talk to you guys. I was like, dang, I missed my booktube friends. Like, where's everybody at? So I did not mind all the talking. Duke the fish has peas today. Okay, I didn't know fish could eat peas. And the piggies are having their normal food, but with broccoli, cucumber, tomatoes. Nice. I know nothing about this, but it's Rainey's favorite book. Okay, so I'm reading it for her. I think it's a thriller. Ooh, nice. I like me a good mystery thriller, so you'll have to let me know what you think of it after you finish. And we don't have Pat here, but Hydrate. I'll do her announcement in her absence. Make sure you guys are hydrating. I definitely need to like do better with my water intake. That is something that I'm trying to get better at. I used to do pretty good. Like I used to try to get at least 64 ounces of water in a day, except the days that I have to go in the office. And I purposefully don't drink as much water on those days because I hate having to go to the bathroom at work. I don't really like going to the bathroom in public places, period. So yeah, it's just annoying having to keep getting up from my desk to go to the bathroom. And it's just like kind of obnoxious. The way the floor is laid out, we don't have like cubicles. We have like desks or like stations, whatever you want to call it. It's almost like, think of like a computer lab where it's just like a bunch of desks with like computers on them all lined up. So like everybody can see everybody. So every time you get up, everybody can see you get up and like walk out the room. So having to do that multiple times because I have to keep peeing is very annoying. So I typically intentionally avoid using the bathroom at work. But I know that's not good. I know that I need to like get over that psychological barrier. But outside of that, like when I work from home, like on the weekends, I usually try to get at least 64 ounces. But again, with everything going on, I just have been distracted or stressed or tired or just busy and like don't have like water on hand. But today, since I'm off and I'll be home all day, I do plan on attempting to hopefully get my 64 ounces in for the day. We'll see. Don't hold me to it, but I will definitely try. Hydrate, click the like button. Yep. Goldfish, a little hoovers. they can eat everything. I did not know that. Both little bugs or worms and fruits and veg but we give him peas every Friday. That's so interesting. I did not know that goldfish could eat like regular people food. I thought that you had to give them the little flake things that you get from the pet store. Or like bugs. I mean, not bugs, worms, because I think people use worms as like bait when they go fishing. Clearly, I've never been fishing, I don't know, but I'm assuming I've seen it on TV, so I think they use worms when they go fishing, but I did not know that you could give them fruit or vegetables. That's, like, very fascinating. I'm gonna have to go, like, look that up. Not that I don't believe you, but, like, I just wanna, like, learn more about that because I was not aware of that. That's a fun fact. So let's get this 30-minute sprint pulled up, and then we'll do 2 30s. Well, we'll do a 30, we'll break, and then we'll do another 30, and then we'll figure out what we're gonna do after that. Kenny says you can, but for their diet to be varied and healthy, they need food. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's crazy. All right, happy reading. And we are back. Hopefully, I didn't scare you this time, Kenny. How did you guys do? I actually don't even know how I did. Let me see. How many pages did I get through? I think I got through 27 pages. I think that's where I'm at. 27 is what I'm going to say. So I'm on page 237, and this book has 258. So I have like 20 pages left. So I definitely think that I'm going to be able to finish this during the next 30-minute sprint. So I'm excited. Not like excited to be done with it, but I'm excited because there are a lot more books that I actually need to read for the month of April that I haven't started yet. But yeah, I'm really enjoying this book. I definitely think this is a book, that at some point I will be rereading. Like I said, there's a lot in this book. Even though this book is really small, there's so much like that's packed into this. Like they talk about education, they talk about women's reproductive rights, they talk about housing, they talk about I don't even know, like they talk about like the workplace, work equality and stuff. Like there's just so much this book delves into that you really need to like dissect and like take your time with. So, like I said, I've gotten a lot out of it so far, but I definitely am gonna have to reread this later in life, like a year or something from now, once I've kind of had more experience and exposure. Because I'm the kind of person where I can understand things better when I can like either where like I've experienced it or I've know somebody else who has experienced it, where I have something to like relate to it. I'm not really good with like abstract explanations or like abstract examples. I can learn better when I have practical life experience to apply to it, which is why a lot of this has been like very insightful already. But I think there are some things that I have not had to tackle or deal with, or, I don't know anybody that's had to deal with it. So I think that just, in living life and, through my travels and meeting people, I think that a lot of this will probably make more sense the older and like the more life experience that I get. So Audrey said she was listening to I was listening to me and my editing. Heard you didn't understand what was happening. Yes, that is what happens to me when I'm on Princess's Prince. I'm like, wait, I thought that was in my video. Riley said that she missed the break. No problem. The breaks are pretty short, so it's fine if you miss them. Like I said, we're trying to get as much reading done as we can, so don't feel bad if you missed it. It's all good. As long as you're being productive on the other end, it's all good. Brittany started editing during that sprint. Ooh, what are you editing? What's your next video? Audrey says she managed to edit 8 minutes and 50 seconds of her wrap up. Very nice. She'll be finished during the next sprint. She's halfway through. Fantastic. Finished the feeding and did some cleaning up. Awesome. Is anybody, I'm pretty sure a couple of you are, but is anybody doing the magical readathon? And if you are, have you started reading any of your books for any of your classes? And if so, what classes? Brittany says she's editing first quarter reading stats video. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess we are through the first quarter. Yeah. Dang. That's crazy. Jen said I need ideas. I have to do a video for Tuesday. I have no idea what to talk about. Well, I mean, Brittany's idea, that's a great idea. First quarter reading stats, that's great. I'm trying to think. Because I also feel like I need video ideas. Like I have some like regular ones, like the wrap-ups, the TBRs, the hauls, like the regular stuff. But I do need like some good like other stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I have to get back to you on that. I was really trying to think. I have to circle back around to that. I don't know. You could always do some tags. Do you have any tag videos? Like any videos that people have tagged you in? Actually, The video that I was supposed so one of the reasons why I'm sprinting today, outside of the fact that I'm off, is because I don't have a video to upload today. And usually I upload every Friday at 12:30. Don't have a video for today because of everything that's going on or whatever. But the video that I was supposed to be putting up this week and the video that's probably going to end up going up next Friday is a tag video that I'm pretty sure I tagged you in. So if you don't have any tag videos, you will hopefully next week, as long as I actually post my video, you will have one. She's on her second book. Okay, what prompt are you completing? What is this second book? What prompt is it for? That is a good idea. I might do that. Yeah, that's a really great idea. You can do 2 truths and a lie. Nice. Video spring TBR. Yeah, I did see that Brittany did a spring TBR. Stats, all your 5 stars so far this year. I did my 5-star prediction video, I think back in, it wasn't January, it might have been February when I did it. And so far, none of my 5-star predictions have been 5 stars. I've had some that are like, they're close, but they're not quite there. So it'll be interesting to see how the rest of this year goes, because so far we're not off to a good start, unfortunately. Might do that in sprints on Saturday. Yeah, that'll be fun. Saturday's tomorrow, right? Yeah. Want to finish Aurelium and Theology Month. Oh, yeah, I did see that you talked about the theology in April. I saw that you talked about that in one of your videos. And we'll reach out to someone who can do a book game collab. Ooh, that sounds fun. I want to do a book game collab. I mean, I don't really know what that means, but yes, my book for Psionics and Divination, Clouds on the cover. I'm reading One by One by Ruth. Oh, yeah, I did see that you talked about that in your video. 20% through, and it looks okay so far, but not impressed. Okay. It's a 3-star. I think that you were talking about that book because you were saying that it's similar to the guest list or something. I haven't read the guest list. I read The Hunting Party, but from what I've heard, like just, in the streets of BookTube, is that a lot of Lucy Foley's books are like very similar. Like from what I've heard, it's like, oh, it's the same story, just different characters. Like same thing, just slap some different names on it, and then they basically tried to pass it off as a new story. So I'm just curious. I want you to read the guest list because I want to know what you think of it, so that I know if I should read the guest list. Because I read The Hunting Party and like you said, I wasn't impressed. So if the guest list is also going to be mediocre and unimpressive, then maybe I just won't bother. Shuffle and pick. I've seen Kayla from Books and Lala, but other people as well. Kayla likes to read the first chapter of every unread book she has, and I love that idea. Interesting. I've thought about doing that, but I think that would mess me up, like mentally. Like if I read the first chapter of a bunch of different books, it's just, I don't know, it's just going to confuse me. It's a me thing. Like I think that's a great idea. It just wouldn't work for me. I would get confused. Oops. Got a chance to leave work early today. Nice. Going home now. Do you know how much longer you're sprinting? We're going to do at least one more 30-minute sprint. I don't know. I mean, it's going to depend on, how everybody's feeling after this next 30 minutes. If you guys want to do another, we can. Like I said, I'm off today, so I don't have anything that I have to do at any specific time. I'm obviously not going to stay on here all day because I do need to do some things around the house. I guess I need to clean my room. We'll get to that later. That's a future me problem. But yeah, we're going to do at least one more 30-minute sprint, and then we'll see from there. But that's awesome that you got off of work early today. I finished Target Length. Okay. Which is spells and incantations. And I'm on it. I forgot that School Shuffle and Pick is from. Okay. Yeah, what did I pick for I think I picked Death Note, I think was the book that I picked. I haven't started it yet, but I think that's what I picked for the Target Length. The Guest List is one of my favorite thrillers of all time. Really? That's really interesting. Like I said, I haven't read it, so I don't know. Like I can't speak on it because I haven't read it. I just know that from what I've heard, people have said that like once you've read one Lucy Foley book, you've basically read them all. Like they basically say that like they're all the same. And like I said, I read The Hunting Party. I think I read that back in like December. And it was fine. Like it was okay. But I wasn't impressed like at all. It was just fine. Like that. I think I might have probably gave it like 3 stars. Maybe 3.5 at most. But it was just fine. So I'm just curious for like Audrey with her reading that Ruth Ware book. I'm curious to know which one she thinks is better. That way I know which one I should read. Yeah, I think it is, but I'm not sure. I never read Lucy Foley, so okay. I enjoyed the guest list, but mostly the atmosphere. Okay, I did not read The Hunting Party because I heard it was the same. Yeah, that's on like I've heard that once you've read one, you've read them all. Like they're basically all the same book with just different character names. I don't know how true that is because like I think what's the other one? The something about the apartment, the Paris apartment. That's another one. Like those three, people are like, yeah, they're all the same thing. So I don't know. Also, if you still need help with the what is it called, the magical readathon, let me know. Message me on like Instagram or Discord or whatever. I can help you with that. But basically, you just go to her video. I forget which one it is. I think there's two. I don't know. Let me see if I can pull it up. But there's a video that she did like within the last month, I'm gonna say. And if you go to the description for that video, there is what is happening to my computer. There is a Google Drive link in the description for the video. Let me see if I can find it. My mouse doesn't want to work. Okay, so there's a video. I think it's the Magical Readathon announcement video from 4 weeks ago. If you click on that, you go to the description. In the description, there's a link to the Google Drive. And then in the Google Drive, there's a bunch of like documents and PDF files. You want to look for the one that is like the callings for 2023. And when you click on that, that gives you the whole list of all the different like callings that you can choose from. So like different, I forget if you guys are doing it, like put in the comments what calling you're doing. I know I'm doing Dreamwalker. And so once you pick which one you want to do, it'll tell you what classes you have to do, and the classes equate to a prompt. And so you close out of that, and then there's another document in that same Google Link Drive thing that is the syllabus, is what it's called. And so the syllabus tells you what that class, what the prompt is for it. So the callings page will just say like, oh, you need to take alchemy, you need to take psionics and divination, you need to take demonology, whatever. Then when you go to the syllabus page tells you what demonology is, or what psionics and divination is, or what alchemy is, and then that's how you like figure out what your prompts are and what you have to read. But if that's confusing, let me know. I'll walk you through it separately on like Instagram or Discord or whatever. Audrey said she ended up rating her predictions of the books, and she set her TBR accordingly. I like that idea, but I don't know if I can commit to that type of video. Yes, I did something similar. For my 5-star prediction video, I basically listed all the books that I think are going to be 5 stars and when I plan on reading them. So I kind of created like a mini TBR based on that. So like I think for May, I don't think I have any that I'm supposed to read in April, but I think I have at least 1 or 2 that I'm supposed to read in May. So hopefully those ones end up being 5 stars. I don't know. I'm kind of nervous because I think one of the ones that I'm supposed to read in May is The Reunion by Kayla Olson. And I was watching somebody else who read that already, and they were not impressed. So now I'm scared that I'm not going to like it. It's how I feel with Riley Sager books, even if I only read Home Before Dark. But from what I hear of his other books, not picking any of his up, just can't. That's so interesting that you say that. Riley Sager was one of the first authors that I ever like could identify by name. It was an author that a lot of people talked about, like back when I first started reading, not that it was that long ago, it was like 8 months ago, but a lot of people were talking about Riley Sager and all the different books. And maybe people were talking about him so much because what's the book with I can see the cover, the house across the lake, or the house on the lake, or whatever that book is called, the one that just came out last year. Maybe that book coming out is what made people like have his name in their mouth so much. But I initially was hearing nothing but good things about Riley Sager. But I would say, like, in the last, let's say, month or so, I've heard a lot of people be like, "Yeah, I'm not a fan of his books." Like, I think, like, Brittany and, not Neva, I think Neva said she liked it, but it was Brittany and somebody else said that they didn't like Final Girls, or maybe Neva didn't like Final Girls either, I don't know. But, like, I know people were complaining about, like, Final Girls, and then there's another book that I think he did something about, I don't know what it's called, but like it's a book about somebody who like hitchhikes and gets in a car with somebody who's a serial killer or something like that. And a lot of people hated that book. And so now I'm like, dang, like I had high hopes. I thought that Riley Sager was gonna be like, because I've never read any of his stuff, that I thought that he was gonna be like a top notch, like via my list of like best authors, whatever. But now I'm like, ew, maybe he's not. I don't know. Paris Apartment was a different story, but I was not into where that book went. Okay. I feel her books are kind of simple, but I love the atmosphere and the guest list. What is the atmosphere? Like, what is the setting? I know, like, the hunting party takes place, like, in the middle of a blizzard in, like, Scotland, which was an interesting setting, but I don't know what the setting is for the guest list. I also don't know what the setting is for the Paris apartment, other than I'm assuming it's an apartment in Paris. But I don't know, like, is it at nighttime? Is it over the course of several days? Is it in the winter? Is it in the summer? Like, I don't really know. I have no idea. Brittany said I'm nervous to read the Paris apartment because I've heard it's not as good. Yeah, that's exactly what I've heard. Okay, if I don't do another, have a great weekend, everyone. Thanks, Mayama. Safe travels home. Send you on Insta. Okay, I'll check it out. You have become you have become customer service for that readathon. That is hilarious. Yeah, Survive the Night. That's the one with the person who like hitchhikes a ride with a serial killer or something. That's probably not really what it's about, but that's like what I remember people saying about it. I don't really fully know what the book is about. I remember people saying that the only thing they liked about it was that there were a lot of references to something. It was like a lot of references to like horror movies or 90s movies or something. I don't know. Like I said, I didn't read the book. I don't know. No, I feel like Riley Sager has been very hyped up. I hate how he portrays women. Interesting. Can't and don't forget his type, but I'm pretty picky when it comes to thrillers. That's fair. I'm pretty picky when it comes to thrillers too, because that's like my favorite genre. And I feel like if you don't do it in a way that I like it, then you ruined it. Like you're terrible. Like throw the whole book away. So don't feel bad. I'm the same way. Sager just depends on your taste. I have only read Home Before Dark, but okay, so you did like that. Okay. Yeah, the people that I know that have read it, they were like, "What is this garbage?" But like I said, I haven't read that, nor have I read any of his other works, so I don't really have a horse in this race. Usually either love them or hate them. Yeah, that makes sense. Guest list is an isolated. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. It's an island during a tropical storm. That sounds interesting. They're trapped there for a wedding. That actually sounds really interesting. I kind of like that. People say the same thing about Grady Hendrix. Okay. See, Grady Hendrix, that's another one. Riley Sager and Grady Hendrix were the first two authors. And what's the other lady's name? Again, I can see the cover of the book. The cover of the book is like white, and I think it's like an overhead shot of like some trees covered in snow. Alice. Oh, what the heck is that lady's name? Who wrote Rock Paper Scissors? Whatever that lady's name is. It was her, Grady Hendrix, and Riley Sager. Those were the three authors that I was like for sure. I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna love these. I'm gonna love these authors. Like everything they were right, I'm just gonna gobble it all up. But now I'm just like, I don't know. People talking smack about Riley Sager. I've also heard mixed things about Grady Hendrix. If I'm not mistaken, I think he wrote that the Southern Book Club's Guide to Slaying Vampires or whatever it's called. I think he wrote that, and I've heard not good things about that. And then he also wrote not My Soul to Take. I forget what it's called, but the cover of it is like a guitar pick. I can't think of what it's called, but I know people didn't like that book. So I'm just like, and also Final Girl Support Group, which is a book that I've been dying to read for a really long time. But people say they didn't like that either. I'm just like, no, why are you guys hating all these books? They sound so good. I'm terrified now. I'm so scared to read this stuff. I've actually enjoyed Grady Hendrix and I like this one, but yes, people either hate or love his books. Yeah. So rather than it takes place in the 90s. Oh, that makes more sense. I thought it took place in present day and they just kept making references to stuff from the 90s. That makes more sense. They also say the same thing about Andy Weir. I don't know who that is. I've never heard that name before. Ruth Ware. No, 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 not Ruth Ware. Alice Feeney. Yeah, that's who it is. That's another one that I'm like, ooh, I think I'm gonna love everything that they do. And then there's another author that's been getting a lot of attention. Not the maid, uh, the housemaid. I think that's the name of the book. What the heck is that lady's name? I'm really bad with authors, if you can't tell. It's not Alice Feeney, but everybody keeps saying that this author is like Alice Feeney. So I'm like, ooh, if Alice Feeney is already an author that I had on my radar, then I'm probably really gonna like this person if this person is like Alice Feeney. What the heck is this lady's name? I almost had it. Uh, no, not the maid, the housemaid. I think that's what the book is called, the housemaid. It's not Nita Prose. I can't think of what the person's name is. I'll have to look it up. Yeah, We Sold Our Souls. That's the Grady Hendrix book. When I read the description, it sounded really interesting, but the people that I know that have read it said it was trash, and I'm like, well, dang. They do great atmosphere with mixed feelings on their writing. I was loving The Guide to Vampire till I got into it, then paused like, yeah, I've heard not great things about that. Andy Weir is the author of The Martian. Oh, I don't know what The Martian is, but I have heard of Project Hail Mary. I do remember. Yes, Frida McFadden. That's the name. That's another person that I have like on my list of authors that I think I will be obsessed with. So hopefully, I don't know. I'm scared. All these authors that I've been hyping up in my mind, like waiting to read their stuff, and now I'm like, I don't know, might not be good. So we'll see. Let me get another 30-minute timer pulled up. Let's see. 30 minutes. Do I have another 30-minute one? I do not think I have another 30-minute one, but it's fine because we'll just do a 45-minute one and we'll start at 30. Oops. Read. Oh, read Southern Book Club's Guide. Really? Why? Why should I read it? Convince me. Why? Because everybody that I know that has read this book was like, meh. Like, even the people that liked it, they were like, yeah. Like, they're just like, yeah, it was fine. It's not like, oh, you got to go read this. It was just kind of like, it was good. I'm like, that's not very convincing. It's really liked both of these books and the movie. Okay, there's a movie for both of them? I know there's a movie for The Martian. I could be making this up, but I think it's like Matt Damon or somebody. I don't know. I don't remember. I could have just completely made that up. But I know that I've seen like the poster for it back when it came out. But I did not know that it was a book. And I also did not know if you're saying that Project Hail Mary is also a movie. I did not know that. That's news to me. Tell me how I saw you all 2 hours ago and I just forgot before I got to home office. I read it and loved it. And then everyone was complaining about it. It makes you feel crazy. Like I didn't see anything. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I thought that it was going to be good. It sounded like an interesting premise, but then listening to people talk about it, they were not a fan. And so now I'm just super conflicted. Heard lots about it, but haven't read any of them. I haven't even seen the movie. I have a space phobia, so movies in space, I tend to run away from them. That's interesting. I don't have a space phobia. I just think that this is going to be like a very unpopular opinion, but I think that space is boring. I think that aliens are boring. The idea that they might exist out there to me is boring. Like, If they're out there, like, cool, like, I don't care. So I'm just not a big space, like, when it comes to, like, sci-fi stuff that has to do with, like, space, that's just not my jam. It's not where I live. If it bothers you, then don't watch it. Yeah. I read Southern Book Club's guide. It was good. Actually has a lot to say about, oh, misogyny and racism. Interesting. Okay. That's interesting. Southern Book Club guide is a good book. I would say give it a try. Okay. Okay, so there's some people in here that are encouraging me instead of making me want to run away from it. So that's good. That's exactly the movie. It was, oh, I didn't know that. I did not know that. I didn't know that was a book. I remember when the movie came out, but I had no idea that it was a book. The book is about a Southern white society and how it turns a blind eye to bad things happening in the Black community. Really? I did not know that that's what it was about. Maybe I'm getting this mixed up with another book, but I thought that that book was about like all these ladies who were like, I guess, in a book club or something. And then like some guy comes to town and they're all like all over him. And then he's a vampire. And I don't really know what happens after that. I don't remember. Until it happens to them. Interesting. You know what's funny about that? You saying that's what this is about? That is very similar to what this book is about. Obviously, it has nothing to do with vampires, but this talks a lot about how the mainstream feminist movement a lot of times focuses on the needs slash wants of white women. And so there are a lot of needs and wants on a basic level that minority women need that are not included in that feminist movement. And a lot of times those needs end up trickling over into white women's, being their needs. So it's like, had you been advocating for these things all along, you would have had them. Because you left us in the dust, now you screwed yourself over. So that's interesting that you're saying that this book is similar in that regard. Now I am interested in reading it. I'm reading The Long Way to a Small Angry Planet because I heard amazing things. I've never heard of that. I'm picky, but I do read some of those space sci-fi, but not the movies. I've had a phobia since I was a toddler. That's so interesting. That's very interesting. It is about that, but there is is that supposed to be underlining plot? Oh, you're talking about what I said about the vampire and the girls being all over him or whatever? Yeah, that's the only part that I ever heard about. And then I heard that there's not a lot of vampire stuff happening in the book. So it was like the title was misleading or something like that. I don't know. That is something. Yeah. Yeah. Well, perhaps I will actually read it. Now that so many of you have encouraged me to do so, I might have to do it. I might actually have to do it. I don't know. We'll see. If it pops up on the TBR in a wrap up, then you guys know that you managed to convince me. So, sir, can I help you? You all right? What's happening? Gio, what's wrong with you? You good? Straight? All right, bet. I would like to see your take on it. There was that in the books, but also killing it. Whoa. Interesting. Wow. Now you have to read it and give us your review. Yeah, basically. Also, I would say don't go into it thinking of what you would call a vampire because it will throw you off. Yeah. I think that had a lot to do with why people didn't like it. It's because they had this expectation of like vampire, and I guess they didn't get out of it what they were expecting. I don't really have a concept of vampires besides the Vampire Diaries because I'm obsessed with that show. At any given time, the Vampire Diaries, Boy Meets World, or Degrassi is always playing in the background. So like literally in the other room, Degrassi is on right now. That's the white noise that fills my life at all times. But outside of the Vampire Diaries, I don't really know much about vampires. I watched Twilight, but I don't really remember it. Never read the books, never had an interest in reading the books. Didn't really have an interest in watching the movie, to be quite honest. The only reason why I even saw those movies was because I think the fourth movie, Breaking Dawn or something. Sir, what's the problem? Anyway, I think Breaking Dawn or something came out my freshman year of college, and that was the year that I joined my sorority. And as like a sisterhood activity, we all went to like not the premiere, but like the opening. You know how movies come out on Friday, but you can go to like the midnight showing on Thursday or whatever. We went to that. And because it was the fourth movie in the series, I had never seen any of the other ones and never had planned on watching them. But because we were all going to go see part 4, I had to then watch parts 1 through 3 in order to know what I was looking at when I got to part 4. But yeah, that was the only time I ever watched those movies. Haven't watched them since. Haven't thought about them since. Don't care. So yeah, I only have Vampire Diaries as a basis for vampire logic. It says vampires, but it's not vampire you were thinking of. About these reasons why they are covered. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I did notice that the cover seemed not to match the title of the book. Twilight is not proper vampires. Yeah, I don't go by that at all. They literally, what pissed me off when I watched Twilight was when they started sparkling in the sunlight. That for me, I was like, all right, what is this? Like, what are we doing? Who did this? Vampires will always be Buffy. See, I never watched Buffy, and I know, right? Blasphemy. It's not that I didn't want to watch it necessarily. When I was younger, because that show was out when I was like a kid, I wasn't allowed to watch it because back then I couldn't watch Buffy. I couldn't like watch or read Harry Potter because all of that. I went to like a private like Christian school, and all of that stuff was considered like demonic and witchcraft and stuff like that. So I wasn't allowed to watch a lot of that stuff back when it was like out or when it came out. And then as an adult, I just never went back to watch it. I have considered, though, going back and watching Buffy for the simple fact that Julie Plec, the executive producer and showrunner for The Vampire Diaries, a lot of what she put into The Vampire Diaries was based off of stuff that she watched because she was a super huge Buffy fan. So for that reason, I've considered going back and watching Buffy. But otherwise, I just never circled back around to it because I just wasn't allowed to watch it as a kid. Don't sell me on the Twilight vampires. Vampires are vampires. If the Vampire Diaries are vampires, then Twilight are vampires. Uh-oh. Twilight, another old man getting with a teen. I think Twilight was a teen, lust, and angst. Yeah. And 50 Shades of Grey started as fan fiction of Twilight. Really? And that I did not know. That's tea. Did not know that. Laughed so hard when I found that out. That's crazy. I think I saw Twilight before I read 50 Shades, but I had no idea that the two were related. I don't see that connection. That's weird. The Willow storyline pissed me off. Is that from Twilight? I told you I don't really remember Twilight. I watched that movie in 2011 or 12 or whatever year it came out and haven't seen it since. I just wasn't allowed to watch TV. That's fair. Vamps for me were the black and white old ones, Anne Rice and Lost Boys. Anne Rice, that's who wrote Interview with a Vampire, which I also haven't seen. Again, wasn't allowed to watch stuff like that and just never circled back around to it as an adult. But I did see that I think Kirsten Dunst is in that movie, and like I love her, so like I might watch it just because I want to see young Kirsten Dunst. Oh, that's sad. We need vampires back. I'm surprised that they haven't made a comeback. You know how stuff like recirculates every so often? Vampires were like a huge thing in like the not early 2000s, but like the 2010 era, maybe like a little bit before 2010, like 2007, 8-ish was when, excuse me, it was like really like popping and stuff, like between the Vampire Diaries and Twilight and all the stuff, and like Teen Wolf and all the stuff. What was the other show? True Blood. And then all that just kind of went away. I'm surprised it hasn't made a comeback yet. I think that if you guys watch Vampire Diaries, Damon from Vampire Diaries, what was his name? Ian Somerhalder. He tried to revive the vampire thing when he did V Wars on Netflix, which I think I only watched like the first 20 minutes. It just kind of checked out. But he tried to revive it and it didn't work. But I appreciate the effort that he put in. What Willow storyline? I love Dark Willow. I don't know what we're talking about. What is Dark Willow? Is that Twilight? Did you know that people were complaining about Wakanda Forever, Suri and Naomi fanfic, and their arguments that Naomi's 500 years old and Suri is 21. Like, is this Marvel stuff? I also am not a big Marvel person. Not that I think that it's bad or that it sucks or anything. I'm just not into it. My brother's super into it, but I'm just not. I watch the movies here and there. It is hard to keep up with the Marvel universe because there's like a bazillion movies and they're all connected. So if you don't watch every single one that comes out, you're lost. You're just confused. You don't know what's happening. Vampires is still a thing. Do you mean in TV? Yeah. I don't see it on TV. Like, there aren't any like poppin' shows or movies that involve vampires the way that it did like 10, 15, 20 years ago. Not gonna lie, I can't tell the difference between Vampire Diaries and Teen Wolf. I didn't watch Teen Wolf, so I can definitely tell the difference. I'm obsessed with the Vampire Diaries, and I've never watched Teen Wolf. But I know a lot of the girls in my sorority were really into Teen Wolf, and like every, I don't know, what was it, Thursday night or whenever it came, Tuesday, whatever day it came on, they would all like get together in somebody's apartment and watch it. Obviously, I did not attend those sessions. But yeah, it was big. It was big back then. Also, Bonnie and Damon What a Waste. I love, those are probably my two favorite characters. I was like Cat Graham. Cat Graham can do anything, and I will be right there, front and center. Like every movie that she does, I'm like the first one there. Same thing with Ian. I stalk his Instagram. Like I literally have a bottle of Brothers Bourbon. What is it called? Brothers Bond Bourbon, like on my bar right now. That's the only bourbon that I will drink in my house is Brothers Bond. But yeah, love Bonnie and Damon. Willow. Oh, it's a Buffy reference. Okay, that would explain why I have no idea what you're talking about. What is the deal with the age thing? But at least that's more legal than 16. Don't really follow fanfic, but my sis used to love it. Willow's a Buffy character. And Wakanda Forever, there is some intense chemistry between is it Namor and Suri, and it tapped into the enemy to lovers crowd. Okay. Hey, Pat. Got in. Happy Friday. I got lots of chocolate eggs. I wish I had some chocolate eggs. Yeah, the age gap thing hasn't aged well, unfortunately. I think superheroes are more popular in the last decade than the vampires. Interesting. I think that you have to excuse stuff like that, where it's like, oh, they're 500 years old. Like, okay, clearly nobody's living to 500. Like, this isn't a real thing. This could never actually happen. Like, to be fair with the age thing, where is it at? To be fair with the age thing, like, even in Vampire Diaries, like, Stefan and Damon were, like, 160 years old, and Elena was, like, 16. So, apparently it's a thing. And none of us blinked an eye when it was happening back then. Haven't I seen Wakanda Forever? Been waiting to see it with someone. Would also love Black Panther instead of watching myself. Plus, I would cry, Miss Chat. Yeah. R.I.P., man. R.I.P. Hey, Pat. Hello, hello. Everyone's saying hello to Pat. We were talking about you earlier, Pat, because you weren't here, and I had to tell them I'm the unofficial spokesperson to hydrate. If you like Vampire Diaries, you should try Morgansville. Is that a book or a show? I've never heard of that. What is that? Saying hello. Yeah, Kenny, tell me. I don't know what that is. I've never heard of that. Let me know what that is. If that's a show, and if it is, like, what is it on? How do I watch it? Or if it's a book, let me know who's the author. I'll have to go look that up. Sean and the girl in Morganville Vampires. He's 18. She's 16 years old. Which oh, it's a book series. Okay. I've never heard of that before. Yep. Hey, Elyses, how are you? So it works, stopping by it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you stopping by. If we're still here, come on back when you get done working. Customer service agency, stay hydrated. Oh my gosh. There was this underground series that I found about my hubby some years ago, before my son was born, almost 10 years ago. Don't remember what it was called, but it was really cool. Let me know what it's called. Rachel Kane. Is that who's in the show? I mean, is that the main character for the book that you were talking about? The Morgansville thing? Saying hello to Elyses. All right, let's jump into this 30-minute sprint, and then we will resume with the comments. Oops. Present. Share screen. Oh, I think it's this one. Yep. Perfect. Happy reading. It was a 45-minute timer, y'all, so I tried to get it as close to 30 as I could. And we are back. Hold on, let me highlight this really quick. Okay. So I am literally so close to being done. Let me see how many pages did I get through and how many pages did you guys get through, or if you're not reading, how productive were you? Let's see. How many pages do I have left? Oh, I guess I got through more pages than I thought. I didn't think that I read that much, but I guess I read more than I thought I did. Okay, here we go. So I stopped at 252, started at 337. I can't do math in my brain. Sorry. 252 minus 237. 15 pages. So I read 15 and I have, where does this end? I think I have like 6 pages left in this book. So we're definitely going to do at least one more 30-minute sprint just so I can finish this book. But then after that, we'll see where everyone's at. Where did I leave off in the comments? Oh yeah, she said that's the author. Good to know. Lost Girl, what is that? Is that another Buffy reference? The main character's name is Claire. She gets into Morganville College early, but she's bullied by one of the women in the school to the point where she has to move out of her student housing. That you keep saying things that are like related to this book that I'm reading. Because that was another thing that the author talks about is teachers bullying students, especially when they're students of color, and how that impacts their ability to learn and get an education and stuff like that. So that's interesting. Not saying that this character is like a person of color. I'm just saying it's just interesting that you're talking about teacher bullying students, which is not a concept that I had ever even considered until reading this. I can't say that I personally have never experienced that, but I can't say that I know anyone. How do I want to word this? I'm not going to say that I don't know anyone that has experienced it, but if they have experienced it, I am not aware of that, if that makes sense. So the idea of teachers bullying students is not something that I ever even realized was a thing until I read this book. When she accepts a viewing to a house called Glass House, she finds out that town Morgansville and everyone in it is controlled by vampires. Okay, this sounds actually really interesting. I might have to put that on my TBR. That sounds pretty interesting. Hit the like button. Thank you, Pat. Hey, Kiana. Saying hello. 37% into Dolly Parton's song tell. Is that a memoir? Is that her memoir? Saying hello. Hello. Made it to 149. Nice. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk more because the last voice message that you sent me, I haven't even listened to it yet. So yeah, we'll be talking more. Welcome back, Princess. Your girl's going through it. Yeah. Hello. Jen says she gotta go. Time to get the groceries. No problem. Thanks for stopping by. Did you take a nap? Yes, she did take a nap. A short nap, but a nap nonetheless. She slept for not even 30 minutes, unfortunately, but got up and ate. Yep. Oh, it is Hood Feminism. It's very good. Very interesting. It's definitely not at all what I was expecting it to be, but still very good. Very insightful. I'm definitely learning a lot. There are things that she talks about that have happened in like real life that I was completely unaware of. And like I'm just like, what? Like that happened? That's a thing? Like somebody got away with that? Like it's just mind blowing some of the things that happen in the world that, at least for me, I'm completely oblivious to. I will say that despite the fact that I am a Black female, which puts me at a disadvantage depending on how you look at it, because I'm both racially a minority and, by gender, women, men tend to be higher on the pedestal. But I will say that I have been fortunate enough to live a fairly or relatively privileged life compared to other Black women in the country or in the world at large. So there are a lot of things that I am unaware of and am very ignorant to, which is why I like reading stuff like this. I don't do it often, but I definitely enjoy and appreciate when I do it, because it's so enlightening to know about the things that go on beyond, the scope of, my world, my bubble that I live in. So I'm really enjoying it. Finish editing, nice. Now just export and make the thumbnail. Yep. That's usually the easy part. The thumbnail, that's usually the easiest part. Depending on, I guess, how well I did the video. Because I usually just try to take a still shot from the video and include it as my thumbnail. So sometimes I forget. And then I have to try to piece together something. The woman isn't a teacher. She's another student that's 19 years old, and they bully the 16-year-old girl. Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting. Jeez, threw acid on her. My goodness gracious. Get us a fallout. No, it's just the inspiration behind. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't think I know, other than like Jolene, I don't think I know any of her music. I know who she is, obviously, but I've just never listened to her music before. Made it to chapter 40. Awesome. Be able to finish this book today or tomorrow. Amazing. No gaming yet. I need to get some reading done. Yes, as long as you're okay. Oops, didn't mean to click on that. I'm glad to see that there are multiple people that have read this book. Like clearly Kiana's read it. I think Mayama said that she read it, and somebody else, I think Audrey, said that she read it. So I'm glad that so many people know what this is and have read it. This is another book that I just like Ace and I forget what the other book was, but there are certain books that like I will continue to push people to read if they haven't read it, just because to me it's very insightful. And I think that people could learn a lot, expand your knowledge. Sorry, I'm on FaceTime with mom trying to fix it. Nope, no issues, no problem. Take your time. Have you read? I have not read that. Courtney has talked about Bad Fat Black Girl. I've heard Courtney talk about it, but I have not read it. I don't even know what it's about, but I know that I've heard Courtney talk about it. Yes, I'm well. Thank you so much. I'm super sensitive. It's that time of the month. Same, but then again, I like making me feel comfortable. I do a lot to make people feel comfortable. Yeah, that's why you got me reading these cannibalism books. I'm probably gonna start The Hunger tomorrow. Saying hello. Hey Pat, long time no see. Say hello to Alicia. Dion saying hello to Princess. All right, let's try to get another 30-minute sprint. I'm definitely going to finish this book in this next sprint. I am promising myself that I'm going to finish. Literally, it's 8 pages. Like there's no reason for me to not finish this book in the next sprint. Literally, I will be embarrassed if I don't finish this book. Let's see. We're going to just use the same timer. Oops. There we go. I'm good. Thanks for been moving, but listening in the background. Hey, Paco. Welcome back. Met in general. Say hello to Paco. Okay, let's do it. I will not be reading, even though I should. No worries. Say hello to Paco. I'll be watching catfish clips. Nice. Say hello. I love catfish. Did you ever watch Cheaters? I think I might like Cheaters more than I like catfish. That might be an unpopular opinion. Maybe I've just watched Cheaters more than I've watched catfish, so by default I like Cheaters more. I don't know. I feel like Cheaters is a little more ratchet, which is probably why I like it. There's another, I think it's a YouTube channel. Oh man, I can't think of what the YouTube channel is, but it's this guy who's a bounty hunter. Big dude who's a bounty hunter. And there are times where like he has to go like repossess people's cars and stuff like that. And they be fighting in the parking lot. That's also ratchet. So I'll watch stuff like that occasionally. I tend to stay away from ratchet entertainment, but every now and then it's okay. Gotta go back to work, but I'll be back if you're still going. Okay. Hopefully we're still here. That's a good read, Kiana. Enjoyed it. Not recently. I don't know cheaters. It always seems super fake. That's true too. That's a valid point. Cheaters was good. They should bring it back. I used to work nights and it used to come on TV. I was hooked. Yeah. Cheaters and Kitchen Nightmares was my crack. I never heard of Kitchen Nightmares. I don't know what that is. Not familiar with that one. All right, let's hit this 30 minutes and then we'll see how everybody's feeling and we'll decide whether or not we want to continue or if we want to call it a day. Let's make sure I click the right. I think it's this one. Yeah. And happy sprinting. And we are back. How did you guys do? Where did I leave off of in the comments? Ramsey anything is so fun. There was a website that kept track of all the restaurants that he worked. It lists if they were open or shut down and how long after the show. Really? I did not know that. Made it back. Is this the last sprint? It might be. My guess is that the answer is probably yes. We did 5 sprints. We did good, guys. We did 2 45s and then 3 30s. We did good. And I did finish my book. So now I can film my wrap up. So when my wrap up comes out and I talk about all the books I read in March and this book is on the list, don't question it, okay? Just accept it. Just pretend like it's still March. And March was a rough month. So we're just going to go with it. Sometimes plans don't go the way you want them to, and you have to force them to work. So now I can film my video tomorrow. I have a whole huge bag of clothes. Well, it's not huge, but it's like maybe like a 3-foot bag sitting next to me. Do you guys remember those space bags that like you put all your stuff in and then use the vacuum to suck all the air out? I have one of those sitting next to me, and it has all of my, or at least like I would say at least like 80% of my summer clothes in it. And I need to go through this bag of clothes and try on all these tops. I'm pretty sure most of them don't fit. These are clothes that I had like pre-pandemic. And I would say between the end of 2019, because the end of 2019 was when I had that bad car accident. And then literally by the time I recovered, COVID happened. So between the end of 2019 and I guess like present day, I have probably put on, I'm going to say roughly 30 pounds. So I'm pretty sure most of these clothes don't fit. I need to go through, figure out what does fit, what doesn't fit. And then based on what doesn't fit, like the condition of it, because if it's in a reasonable condition, I might try to like sell it secondhand. And then if not, then I'm just going to donate it. And then I need to figure out what I have left because I'm probably going to have to buy new summer clothes. So that's probably what I'm going to be doing for the rest of today. Made it to 186. Nice. Wanted to get to 200, but it's good considering I started it today. Yeah, you're doing great. Doing excellent. Watching true crime and rethinking my TBR. Why are you rethinking it? What part of it are you rethinking? Is it this that you want to change some of your books for your prompts, or are you thinking that maybe you have too many books and you're trying to cut something? What is it that you're trying to rethink for your TBR? Let me know. But yeah, I need to get through these clothes. I really don't feel like trying on all these clothes. I don't know how much I'll get done. We'll see. We'll see. Video for tomorrow is scheduled and scheduled some StreamYard stuff. Nice. Not rethinking life choices. Why am I doing this? Who said I can be that girly? I said it. You said it. We all said it. We all believe in you, princess. You are that girl. You already know. Everybody has faith in you. You did. Now I can read again. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. If I get tired of trying on clothes, I might read a little bit more before the day is over. If I do, I'm probably going to start The Hunger. I'm either going to start The Hunger or I'm going to start Cleaning the Gold. I'm not sure which one. I haven't decided yet. So we'll see. I'm assuming that was supposed to say tired. I started journaling. Don't know why, but I'm not in reading mood today. That's another thing I need to do. I have not updated my reading journal since like February. So I don't have any of my March books in there. Need to do that. Say hello. Hello. 11 books in a month was a miracle last month. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever read that many books in a month. I'm not sure that I could, unless they were all like really short books. I don't know that I could read 11 books, but you read really fast, so I think that's doable for you. She said, "No, you meant what you said. You're fired." What was I thinking? I can finish 14. I mean, how long are the books? Are they long or are they short? You might could finish them. It's possible, especially with the reading speed that you have. It's possible. Don't doubt yourself. Don't doubt yourself. You got this. If anybody has any recommendations, I would like to. I know this is super random. I would like to take a cruise from the US to Greece. Don't know if that's a thing. I just decided in my mind that that's what I wanted to do, but I have no idea like where to look. Like I don't know what cruise lines, is that what they're called? I don't know what like Carnival or Norwegian or Caribbean, Royal Caribbean. I don't know who does that, if it even exists, to go from the US to Greece. I saw some that would take you from like Israel to Greece. I don't live in Israel, so that doesn't help me. And I think I might have even saw one that takes you from like Portugal or Spain or somewhere, which I also don't live there. So I need one that goes from the US to Greece. So if that exists, let me know. I need to look into that. Look, hear me out. Okay, sorry, I had to finish this chapter before I stopped, so I made it to 191. That's fair. I hate stopping in the middle of a chapter, so I respect it. I'm looking at all these books and I'm like, let's just throw it all away. Maybe not that. Throw all the books away. Yeah, no, I don't think that's a good idea. Change the channel name. Who wants a library? I don't want it. I will gladly take. Let me know. Like, give me the catalog. I will pick out what I want. Do you want to? Do you want to read, Princess? It's weird. I want to read when I read, but when I'm not, I don't. Yeah. Sometimes I have a hard time getting into reading. I'm like, especially when I have to start a new book. I think that's the hardest thing. Once I've started a book and I've like gotten invested in the story or the characters, it's so easy for me to like want to pick it up and keep reading it. But then like when you finish the book and it's time to start a new book, you're just like, ugh. It's kind of how I feel about dating. Like once you get out of a relationship, I'm just like, ugh, I don't feel like meeting a new person and like getting to know them and having to learn all this stuff all over again and like the world. Like, and I don't care. So like sometimes getting into a new book is hard for me. Gave so much stuff away to my friend who's a manager at a thrift store. Nice. Heard our colleagues was calling it bad store for the last month. The van's picking up another van load. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna try to sell some stuff. Oops. I'm gonna try to sell some stuff. There's like two thrift stores, not really near my house, but like maybe like 30 minutes away. There's two that I usually go to, and I'll take the stuff in person and see, what they want and how much they'll give me for it. I usually don't fight them on the price because it's not like I'm gonna do anything with it. So it's like whatever you'll give me for it, I'll take it, like whatever, because it's just gonna sit in my closet and never get worn anyway. And then whatever they don't take, I usually will either box up what I can and send it to a thrift store in California, or or I will take it to Goodwill. Why is my mouse not working? Yeah, that's where I am. Yeah. Book saved. Nice. Can't relate. Yeah, I don't know. I just have a hard time sometimes. Like sometimes it'll be a book that I want to read, but I'm like, I have to learn the new characters and a new setting and a new storyline. I'm just like, I don't care. I care, but I don't care. I finished a book yesterday and now I'm like, I don't want to do this right now. Yeah, no, I definitely get it. Then don't just watch Love is Blind. Yes, watch Love is Blind. I will always second that. That is always the right answer. Watch Love is Blind or play some video games. Absolutely. What she said. There was something else that I was gonna ask you guys. I don't remember what it was. It had something to do with bees, which is also random. But I was watching a video about this guy who's a beekeeper. Don't ask. I don't know how I got there. But yeah, I don't remember what the question was. But yeah, if anybody knows anything about those Grecian cruises, let me know. But I think I'm gonna get out of here. Wow, we were going for 4 hours and 26 minutes is how long I've been live. That's crazy. That's awesome. Thank you guys for hanging out with me and reading with me and helping me finish my book. Hopefully, you guys will have some new content for me and next Friday since I didn't put out anything this Friday. This is my content for this Friday. So hopefully you guys will have stuff or at least a video for me next Friday. Hopefully that'll be my wrap up But yeah, the read along or buddy read for the 5th season is still going on. I think I put on there that it ends on the 15th. It doesn't. I just picked that date randomly, so pay no attention to that. I will extend the date because I am not anywhere near finished that book yet, so it'll definitely go past the 15th. So if you want to join that, let me know. I can add you to that in the Discord or on Storygraph. And then I'm probably also, I don't know if Rally's still here, but I'm probably also going to start a buddy read for Daisy Jones. So if anybody wants to do that, I'm going to try to set that up. If not this week, definitely next week for sure. So I will keep you guys posted in the Discord. And yeah, I think that's it. Book club. I put in the Discord when I'm accepting nominations for May. The theme for May is mental health. Where is Discord? The theme is mental health and nominations. You guys can start submitting nominations. You would think I would know this, right? Since I made it up. April 16th. So not this week, but next week. The 16th through the 21st is when you guys can submit your nominations for May. And then we'll vote on the 22nd through the 28th. And then, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Let's see. Can't help with the cruise. No, I honestly don't even know like where to start. What you mean? First of all, don't come for Love Is Blind like that. Don't do that. I love that show. Watch something that you can just turn. Yeah, that's why I like Love Is Blind, because it's just mindless nonsense. Love Is Blind, Too Hot to Handle, The Ultimatum, Perfect Match, all those dating reality shows on Netflix. They're just mindless entertainment. The stakes are super low because nobody cares about any of that in the grand scheme of like life. But it's hella entertaining. No problem. Thanks for coming. Appreciate you guys stopping by, especially since this wasn't like a planned thing. I just randomly decided to do this since I had a day off. So appreciate you guys. Oh, thank you, princess. Thank you. I appreciate it. I am, I think, 25%. So not far. Not far at all. And I'm not about to read that right away. Like I said, I'm either going to read Cleaning the Gold next, or I'm going to read The Hunger. So I kind of read the 5th season in between. Like if I have a moment and I don't feel like reading something else, I'll just like read a chapter of that. But I don't have like actual dedicated time to reading that. So it'll get read eventually over time. So no rush, Kenny. No rush. Happy Easter. Yes, for those of you who do celebrate and acknowledge Easter, happy Easter, happy Good Friday, happy Easter. Hope you guys enjoy your weekend. No problem. Thank you guys for hanging out, and I will see you guys around the booktube space. I'm sure like Jen's sprinting tomorrow, Princess is sprinting, I think, on Sunday. So yeah, I'll see you guys somewhere between now and the rest of this weekend. But thank you guys for stopping by. Bye.